CR000450. The defendant is present in court with defense counsel Jay Schlackett. We are here for purposes of a pretrial hearing. The defendant was indicted on a 6-count indictment on September 6, 2024. Count 1 being corrupting another with drugs, a felony of the 2nd degree. Count 2 being felonious assault, a felony of the 1st degree. Count 3 being felonious assault, a felony of the 1st degree. Count 4 being failure to comply with order or signal of police officer, a felony of the 3rd degree. Count 5 being failure to comply with order or signal of police officer, a felony of the 4th degree. And count 6 being trafficking in a fentanyl-related compound, a felony of the 5th degree, with an attached forfeiture specification. At this time, the state has provided the following offer to defense, and that would be to plead to count 1, an amended count 2 to include the victim from count 3, count 4, and count 6, and there would be no agreement as to sentencing at this time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schlackett.
That's my understanding of the pretrial negotiations, Your Honor. I'm awaiting discovery, and then I'll have some meaningful discussions with Mr. Brewer.
Okay. Mr. Greer, do you understand the offer that's been made by the state that was just outlined? Any questions about that?
No.
I'm going to set this case for a jury trial. It'll be January 13th at 8 a.m. We're going to set another hearing. It'll take place on January 2nd at 9 a.m. At that hearing, Mr. Greer, that will be your opportunity to either accept or reject that offer. If you reject it, then we will proceed to trial on the 13th of January. And if you reject that offer, then absent some unusual circumstance, that offer will no longer be open after that date. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Ronick?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Schlackett, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're adjourned.
identity fraud, a felony of the 5th degree. Count 3 being falsification, a misdemeanor of the first degree, and count 4 being obstructing official business, a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree. A plea offer has been extended in this case, that plea being to count 1, identity fraud, a felony of the 5th degree, with a joint recommendation for community control, and full discovery has been sent at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Brooke?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel is in receipt of the notice of discovery. I did receive that yesterday afternoon and have to review that over with Ms. Park. I have also received notice of the state's plea offer, and I am to review that also with Ms. Park in anticipation of a resolution. I have conferred with Ms. Park with regards to the court schedule, with regards to the plea date and trial date, and also I believe that Ms. Park is also desirous of addressing the court on making apologies for her tardiness this morning.
Right. Ms. Bell, did you say it was count 1?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Park, do you understand what the offer is?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions about it?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to set the case for a jury trial on December 16th at 8 o'clock. We'll have another hearing that'll be set for December 3rd at 9 a.m. That will be your opportunity to either accept the offer or reject the offer. If you reject it, then you can go to trial on the 16th, but that offer would no longer be available after that date, after the December 3rd date. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wanted to say something?
Yes, I do apologize for being late this morning. Right in my area where I live is tons of construction, and then you get over here, and I'm not really familiar with this square, so I do apologize for being
Okay.
late.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Bell?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Brewick?
Nothing further.
John Fatika. We last here on September 4th of this year. At that time, the defendant waived his right to have his case presented to the Lake County Grand Jury and entered a plea of guilty by way of information to 3 counts of pandering sexually oriented matter involving a minor or impaired person, all felonies of the 4th degree, violation of 2907.322A5. Also, a forfeiture specification attached to count 3. This court ordered a pre-sentence report, victim impact statement set sentencing for today. This state has had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report prior to coming into court today, and also President's Lake County Sheriff's Office today in regards to the defendant's classification as a Tier 2 sex offender. That will have to occur. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fatiga, before we get to the sentencing, I'm going to read the explanation of the duties to register as a sex offender to your client, and then ask him to acknowledge that by his signature.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the county of conviction is Lake, case 24 CR 1005, conviction under revised code 2907.322A5. Jonathan Kirkpatrick. The expected residence address is 4182 Amelia Avenue, Willoughby, Ohio 44094. You have been convicted of or pled guilty to a sexually oriented offense and or child victim offense as defined in 2950.01, and you are classified as a Tier 2 sex offender / child victim offender registrant. You are required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish a residency within 3 days of coming into that county, or if temporarily domiciled for more than 3 days. You are also required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish a place of education immediately upon coming into that county. If you establish a place of education in another state but maintain a residence or temporary domicile here, you are also required to register in person with the sheriff or other appropriate official in that other state immediately upon coming into that state. You are also required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish a place of employment if you have been employed for more than 3 days or for an aggregate of 14 days in a calendar year. If you establish a place of employment in another state but maintain a residence or temporary domicile here, you are also required to register in person with the sheriff or other appropriate official in that other state if you have been employed for more than 3 days or for an aggregate of 14 days in a calendar year. Employment includes volunteer services. You are required to provide to the sheriff temporary lodging information, including address and length of stay, if your absence will be for 7 days or more. After the date of initial registration, you are required to periodically verify your residence address, place of employment, and or place of education in person at the county sheriff's office no earlier than 10 days prior to your verification date. If you change residence address, place of employment, and or place of education, you shall provide written notice of that change to the sheriff with whom you most recently registered and to the sheriff in the county in which you intend to reside or establish a place of employment and or place of education at least 20 days prior to any change and no later than 3 days after change of employment. If the residence address change is not to a fixed address, you shall include a detailed description of the place or places you intend to stay, and no later than the end of the first business day immediately following the day you obtain a fixed address, you must register with the sheriff that fixed address. You are further advised, in accordance with federal law, you must report any international travel to your registering authority no less than 21 days prior to travel. Failure to do so may subject you to criminal prosecution. You shall provide written notice within 3 days of any change in vehicle information, email addresses, internet identifiers, or telephone numbers registered to or used by you to the sheriff with whom you have most recently registered. You are required to comply with all of the above described requirements for a period of 25 years with in-person verification every 180 days. Since your expected residence address, as stated above, is in Lake County, you shall register in person no later than 3 days after release with the county sheriff's office located at 104 East Erie Street, Painesville, Ohio. failure to register, failure to verify residence of the specified times, or failure to provide notice of a change in residence address or other required information as described above will result in criminal prosecution. The next line indicates that you acknowledge the above requirements were explained to you and you must abide by all of the provisions of Revised Code 2950. Mr. Fatica? Sign right here. Yeah. Yep. All right, Mr. Fatika.
Good morning, Your Honor. I've had an opportunity to review the PSR in this matter. I'd like to highlight the fact that Mr. Kirkpatrick has no priors of any kind, not even a traffic ticket. He was cooperative with the detectives at the time the search warrant was executed. He admitted the phone was his, he was the only user, gave them passcodes. Since that time, he's been proactive. He's involved in therapy at Advanced Psychotherapy Services. At our first meeting, we talked about what he needed to do. He's done everything I've asked him to. He has a history of employment, 25 years old. He's an auto technician. I've submitted a couple letters from his employers saying that he's doing an outstanding job there. He's done volunteer work with AMVETS in the past. And Mr. Kirkpatrick understands the gravity of these charges. I respectfully submit to the court that he had some issues with depression and anxiety that caused him to isolate. And as he put it, went down the rabbit hole of pornography, part of which involved child images. But he's getting the help he needs. He's on the right track. We'd ask the court to consider community control sanctions here, let him continue on with his therapy. I'd ask the court, with the court's permission, if Chelsea Beasley at Advanced Psychotherapy could speak on his behalf.
All right, however you want to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chelsea Beasley, last name Beasley. I'm a licensed professional counselor over at Advanced Psychotherapy Services, like Mr. Fatika had said. I've been there since 2018, and we run an ODRC, State Certified Sex Offender Treatment Program. We tailor the program to the clients that come in that are seeking services. A lot of the guys have either offended or allegedly offended. Most of them have histories of sexual addiction, and part of the process is getting them in for an assessment, a very thorough 5 to 10 hour assessment in which we assess the static and dynamic risk factors that may have contributed to the client sexually offending or engaging in the unhealthy behaviors that they have. Mr. Kirkpatrick's diagnosis is a major depressive disorder. He also has a mild alcohol use disorder and sexual addiction. In my clinical opinion, he did not meet criteria for being pedophilic in nature. Therapeutically and clinically, I believe that this was a porn addiction or a sex addiction that led down, like Mr. Fatika said, a rabbit hole of watching pornography. When the brain is addicted, there's a desensitization or a tolerance that one builds up, like they do with alcohol or drugs, where they need more of a substance to get the effect that they might have been seeking initially. So Same thing can happen with pornography and sex, and I believe that to be the case for Mr. Kirkpatrick. Mr. Kirkpatrick has been compliant since day one. He's been coming to group, sex offender and recovery group on a weekly basis. We also have a sex addiction group that we host 4 times a month. That he is going to every other week, and then his individual counselor here, this is Deontay Lilly. He came just in case there were any additional questions. Mr. Lilly has only seen him once since he started coming to our agency back in August. And yeah, he's compliant, he's malleable, significantly malleable to treatment. I feel like Mr. Kirkpatrick is somebody you tell him what to do and he says, yeah, yes sir, yes ma'am, he'll do it. And part of the program is helping them create the community and a recovery program that they need to reduce the risk for reoffending. And as long as a client or a person or an individual continues to follow those recommendations strongly and mostly for the rest of their life, they will continue to be on a healthy path and their likelihood for reoffending will continue to remain low.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fatico?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kirkpatrick, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
Your Honor, I wanted to say that I'm sorry for going down this path. I'm getting the treatment that I need to help so that I don't do this again, and I promise that I won't ever do anything like this again. I'd like to continue my treatment over at advanced psychotherapy, and yeah.
How many images do you think you viewed?
I'm not sure.
If you had to approximate.
Approximate. What do you think? I don't know. I haven't, you got to tell the judge. Your Honor, maybe 60 images
Altogether?
altogether. I'm not sure to be.
What?
I'm not sure on an exact number, Your Honor.
Well, the investigators reviewed your synchronous address 420 of 23. He reviewed the files that he got from the response when they requested the information. Contained 4,034 files of digital images and videos. Is that right?
In terms of,
You have something there, Mr. Downey?
What was the number that Connor said?
4,034, page 3 of the PSR.
So in total,
There was a warrant that was signed. The warrant was sent to consent-abuse@synchronous.com on 3/6/23. The response from Synchronous came back 3/16/23. On 4/23, he reviewed files contained in the response, contained 4,034 files of digital images and videos contained in the folder titled My Samsung SM-S908U.
that was the total amount of files that were returned, but not all of those were child sexual abuse material.
Okay.
The investigators and through the state's investigation, I would say around at least 250 of those images on the synchronous account were of a concerning nature, and between that and the 2 cell phones, I would say about 400 to 500 images were child sexual abuse material, and about 83 of those being clearly chargeable under the law.
Okay, that's more than about 60, right? Okay. You, the tone of this pre-sentence report seems to indicate to me that you minimized what you had done. You talk about the females in the images being around 17. And there's a Hispanic girl that's clearly 2 to 4 years old, engaging in sexual activity with an adult male. So why are you trying to minimize what you did?
Embarrassment, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, who are these? Who are these children that are in these images? Who is that 2 to 4 year old Hispanic female?
I don't know, Your Honor.
What?
I do not know, Your Honor.
Right, you don't know. You don't know any of the minors that you viewed, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Why does all this child pornography exist? Why do you think it exists?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Why do you think that there are people that film these degenerate, disgusting acts and put them on the internet? Why do you think that is?
Yeah, just tell them what you think. Be honest.
I don't know why they would do that.
You don't know? I know why. I know why these exist. I know why people film them. I know why they put it out there. It's because people like you view them. And they make money off the backs of these children. If there weren't people out there viewing them, they wouldn't be out there making them because they can't make any money. So now, I don't know when this image of this 2 to 4 year old Hispanic girl, I don't know when it was filmed. Could have been filmed a year ago, it could have been filmed 20 years ago, for that matter. I don't have a victim impact statement on this case. I've had them in the past on child pornography cases. And they're statements that are submitted by those that were victimized by people like you. Did you ever give a thought, any thought when you were looking at this crap, the impact it had on those children? Never entered your mind, did it?
It did, Your Honor.
It did. Well then, if it did, tell me what you were thinking.
After I would be done like viewing these images and videos, I'd feel like sick to my stomach about it. I don't know.
Yet
why.
you continue to do it. Hundreds and hundreds of times, right? Hundreds and hundreds of images, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So why did you continue to do it?
I guess just the the
See, Mr. Fatika can't answer these questions for you. Okay, so you probably ought to stop looking at him and having him, looking to him to feed you information as to what you would say, okay? So why did you continue to look at them?
the pornography addiction, Your Honor.
Addiction. What did you do to try to help you get over that addiction, if in fact it's true that after you viewed them, you felt sick to your stomach? What did you try to do to cure that addiction?
Your Honor, in the group that
Now, I'm not talking about before you got involved with advanced psychotherapy. I'm talking about when you sat there and looked at it and were sick to your stomach. What did you do to try to cure that, to try to address that addiction at that point? You want the answer? The answer is nothing, is what you did. And the only reason you ended up at advanced psychotherapy is because you got caught, right? Otherwise, this would have continued on indefinitely. Where do you think that 2 to 4 year old Hispanic girl is at in her life?
I don't know, Your Honor. Probably traumatized over the things that have
What?
happened. Probably traumatized over the things that have happened.
Right. Certainly. Certainly. And you bear responsibility for that. Sometimes people look at these type of offenses as not that serious because they really didn't do anything but look at things. And there couldn't be anything more wrong than that. Because when these images are created by the darkest people in society, they ruin lives. That girl, if she's still alive, will never, ever be able to live a normal life. And the fact that guys like you go on these websites and view this shit means that the market keeps right on going. So sometime next week, another minor child will be sold into or taken into sex slavery to create images which guys like you will view. And it just goes on and on and on. All because you wanted to look at these things. So make no mistake, the reason that you continued to look at these things after you looked at them and were sick to your stomach is because you wanted to look at them. That's why you did it, because you wanted to. And so the presentation that I see in this pre-sentence report is somebody who reached a point where he felt sorry for himself, isolated himself, and turned to this garbage. I mean, I don't feel sorry for you. Do you want me to feel sorry for you? Because I don't, if that's what you want. Everybody, almost everybody that comes into this courtroom on a daily basis either are addicted or say they are addicted to something, mostly drugs. And similar to you, okay, you seem to want some sort of a certain degree of excusal for your activity because you were addicted. And if somebody's addicted, then they have to deal with the addiction such that the aberrant behavior doesn't continue on. Now, whether you're doing that or not, whether you're serious about doing that or not, I don't have the slightest idea.
I am serious, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I don't know that, okay? Your counselor seems to think that you are. But as with drug addicts who are addicted, they're great con men. They can make themselves believe anything that they want, in turn make everybody else believe everything they want. So I'm not clairvoyant. I don't have the slightest idea about what goes on in your mind and where you're at as far as your addiction. Because I can only tell you that people who are addicted specifically, because most of them are drug addicts, most of them will go through whatever program they have to go through and complete it, only to end up right back in the same place they were at. And the excuse they'll use is because they're addicted and they can't help it. That's bullshit, okay? There's plenty of people that come through here in a bad way, address their problems, and then stay on the right track. So the excuse of addiction doesn't work. Doesn't work with me. You're responsible for what you did. Nobody else is. You're responsible to get yourself out of it so that you're not abusing, because that's what you did, so you're not abusing minor children. This, in case you don't realize it, is a horrific offense. When were you diagnosed with depression?
Your Honor, around middle school age.
Okay. And since you become an adult, what have you done to treat that depression?
Your Honor, I was on Zoloft for many years. And then I went to a lot of counseling about it. Always saw my guidance counselors, going through school about it. And
Since you were an adult, what did you do to treat your depression?
When I was going to Crossroads for a while, and I was still on medication.
Didn't work, right? Did it work?
It did.
It did? Then why were you sitting in your room looking at kiddie porn if it worked? Because that's the undertone of this thing. You suffer from depression and I think ADHD, and therefore you isolated yourself and then went on this rampage of kiddie porn. So it didn't work. So if it wasn't working, obviously it wasn't working, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here now. So if it wasn't working, why didn't you try to fix it?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
What?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
You're not sure. Well, I am. I think I know the answer, because you didn't want to put in the effort to fix it. That's why you didn't fix it. You know, I'm not up here splitting the atom, okay? The answers are obvious. You just didn't want to do it. Despite the fact that you told me you were sick to your stomach, I don't believe that, okay? I don't believe that. Otherwise, you would have done something to try to fix it. You, until you got caught, refused to take responsibility for what you were doing. And I'm going to sentence you, okay? And whatever your sentence is, at some point it's going to be over. Your 25-year reporting period, after 25 years, will be over. When's it going to be over for the 2 to 4-year-old Hispanic girl?
Never, Your Honor.
Never. Because you refuse to take responsibility for yourself to avoid this problem. It's that simple. Now, your concern at this point, as it's been in the past, is yourself. That's your only concern. Your concern is what you can do to come out of this with the least amount of damage. My concern is for the 2 to 4-year-old Hispanic girl and all the other ones out there. Because once again, if people like you did not engage in this activity, there wouldn't be all these kids out there. That's a fact. Mr. Downing.
Your Honor, this is a joint recommendation for community control. I just asked for forfeiture of the items in the forfeiture specification.
I've reviewed the pre-sentence report. And the sentencing memorandum that Mr. Fatika prepared. And the listened to Mr. Kirkpatrick. I've listened to counsel. I've considered all the requirements of 29-29-11, 29-29-12, and 29-29-13. I'm going to place you on community control. I'm going to adopt the joint recommendation of counsel. And I fear I'm making the absolute wrong decision, just so you know that. But that's what I'm doing for the time being. You're going to serve 180 days in the Lake County Jail. Credit for one. You're to have no drugs or alcohol. During the term of your probation, you'll be screened. You're going to get a mental health evaluation and follow all recommendations. The last 30 days of your sentence, you'll be in the jail treatment program. And you're going to follow those recommendations. You're going to maintain full employment. With the exception of the performance of your work duties, you're not to have any access, you're not to engage in any internet activity. So any device that you have will be subject to search without cause by the probation department. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll pay the costs and supervision fees. Anything else, Ms. Wehagen, that you think is appropriate?
For the defendant to re-engage with ABS.
Continue treatment with advanced psychotherapy services.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, how long is the period of probation?
5 years. And follow their recommendations. You understand all the terms of your community control?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you violate the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, I can assure you that I'll send you to prison for 54 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything, the items subject to forfeiture are forfeited. Anything else, Mr. Downing?
Just if the court, normally, I can't remember if this court does or not, the PRC advisement for the violation of prison.
I think the state of the law is that if unless I send him to prison, he doesn't need that warning.
I agree, I just, thank you.
Mr. Fatika, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
We're adjourned.
Matthews. Last year, on August 27th of this year, at that time, the defendant withdrew her previous entered plea of not guilty and entered a plea of guilty to count 1, amended count 2, amended count 5, amended count 7, amended count 16, count 25, count 27, count 28, and amended count 30. This court ordered a pre-sentence report, psychological evaluation, and victim impact statements, and set sentencing for today. The state has had an opportunity to review the probation reports and is prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I have ever seen a pre-sentence report as, just gonna say awful, as the one that I read about Ms. Cochran. Never really thought that I'd read the words that at the age of 1, a client of mine was dunked in a pot of boiling water by her mother. The abuse continued throughout her entire childhood. Between foster homes, she was adopted by another couple. There was abuse in that relationship. Obviously, this upbringing led to major mental health issues for Ms. Cochran. She's been hospitalized multiple times, multiple suicide attempts, suffers from borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, schizophrenia, anxiety, depression. Yet somehow, we're now here with her at age 32, this being the first time she's ever been involved in the felony system. And I think that what that speaks to is that at her heart, Ms. Cochran is not a criminally minded individual. I do think that she became homeless earlier this year. She associated herself with her co-defendant, and don't know which one influenced the other, but the two of them certainly together were.
Well, they're each blaming each other.
Yes,
So.
yes, they are. But what is undeniable is that the combination of the two together was a very toxic relationship. They set down a path of basically driving around in the car that they were living in, stealing tip jars, credit cards, and then there was the interaction with the police that led Ms. Cochran on the chase that we know created a tremendous amount of damage, pain, inconvenience for a tremendous number of people, and that has to be addressed, Your Honor. We do, though, feel that the root cause of Ms. Cochran's behavior in this incident is her, well, I should say, is the state of her mental health. The abuse of drugs, she claims, we don't know one way or the other, that it began earlier this year. We know that it ended on her arrest. I do feel that some kind of treatment, rehabilitation in relation to her use of drugs is certainly appropriate. But we do feel that the most important underlying issue to be resolved with Ms. Cochran is her mental health. The prosecution and I are entering into a joint recommendation for community control. It is the defense's recommendation that Ms. Cochran be ordered to enter and complete the 30 to 90 day on average program at Everett Clinic, where we have had her assessed. She has been accepted. We have an email that was sent to us last night from the Everett Clinic saying she's able to be admitted. That could be as early as next week if the court would permit. We do feel that given her lack of criminal history and the obvious issues and challenges that she has faced over the course of her life, that getting this opportunity to address what we feel is the most serious issue that she has to deal with, her mental health, is the best chance that we have at Ms. Cochran not returning to this court in the future, Your Honor. Thank you.
Doesn't it make sense that the fact that she's 32, doesn't have a record with her horrible upbringing, doesn't it make sense that her engagement in treatment throughout the years staved that off?
Treatment for her
Mental
health issues?
Sure.
That the fact that she received mental health treatment is why?
Engaged in mental health treatment,
Yes.
got her to a stable point where she wasn't committing crimes. Isn't that safe to presume since she's 32 with no record?
I would say it's one of the factors.
It's unlikely that she was running around committing crimes, not getting caught, right? I mean,
That I think is unlikely, yes.
okay.
I do think that what she indicated in her pre-sentence report was that at the time that these offenses were committed, she was homeless, she was not taking her mental health medications, very likely self-medicating with the methamphetamine and cocaine.
Right.
And we are looking to get her back to the state, hopefully that, as the court indicated, is probably what kept her out of trouble all those years.
Okay. Ms. Cochran, what do you want to tell me?
I just want to thank you for your time, and I want to apologize for all the people that I hurt. I really truly did not mean to do that. I honestly have been through a lot, and I just need help, and I'm sorry. And one of the people I've hurt the most, I've known for quite a few years, and I stole from her. And I'm sorry for the person that I hurt at that house, and I'm sorry for the damage that I did, and I'm truly sorry to everybody. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Where were you coming from when you drove down East 305th?
I was coming from Mr. Heroes. The person that I was dating robbed Mr. Heroes in a Starbucks, and the police were behind us, and I'm taking some at fault of what happened. My boyfriend told me to just out chase him, and that's what I did. And I don't know why, it just blanked out and couldn't make the turn, and I hit the house.
How fast were you going?
Well, 65, probably, maybe 65.
Any other cars on the street?
It came to a red light, and I still kept going. I think it went to like a yellow light, and then I just still kept going, and I tried to make the turn, and I didn't, and I hit the house.
Mr. Hero on Vine Street?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when was the plan hatched to rob Mr. Hero?
Honestly, I didn't know he was going to rob the Mr. Heroes.
What did you think he was doing?
He told me he had an interview at Mr. Heroes. So I took him to Mr. Heroes and I waited for him and he told me just go and I pulled out and the cop was behind us.
Okay, and what did he tell you when the cop got behind you?
He said just keep going. So I
Did you
did.
say why? You just,
No,
okay,
but I
so
knew I'm gonna be honest, I knew Starbucks. I knew he robbed Starbucks.
when did he rob Starbucks in relation to when you were at Mr. Hero?
Robbed Starbucks before Mr. Heroes.
So you went from Starbucks on Lake Shore to Mr. Hero on Vine Street,
Yes,
and so you had a really good idea when he got in the car at Mr. Hero that he had done the same thing at Mr. Hero, right?
no, I didn't know. He said he did say he had an interview though.
Okay, well,
that
he's a
morning.
thief, right? So why would you trust that he's stealing from Starbucks and then going for an interview to Mr. Hero?
I get what you're saying. Honestly,
So why didn't you stop when you saw the police with their lights and their siren?
I don't know. I don't know. Just kept
Well, you
going.
wanted to get away, right?
Yeah, I've never been in trouble and I got scared.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Now, how long have you been engaging in mental health treatment?
Ever since I was about 9,
Okay. And you did that consistently into your 30s?
yes. And I was being mentally abused and physically abused when I was adopted and raped for 8 years. And I couldn't take it anymore. And just things went downhill. I've just been through a lot.
When did things go downhill?
Ever since I was burned as a child. It started there, and then it ended when it started when I was 9 again, after in and out of foster homes. I was adopted 9/11, and then re-entered into abuse again, and it's just been ongoing since. So every day for 32 years I've been abused, but I also got help. I didn't want to live that way, so I got help.
When did you get help?
9.
Okay. And you continued, your last treatment was with Crossroads?
Yes, I started at Crossroads in Menor with Margie Barbera, and then I continued Crossroads all the way to Signature Health, to Crossroads again.
And your last treatment with Crossroads, were you on medication?
Yes, it was in March.
What medication?
I was on Prazosin, Depakote, and there's 3 other ones. I can't remember the name of them because the way they're spelled, it's hard to pronounce them.
Okay. Were you taking it as you were supposed to take it?
Every day, yes.
Were you able to stabilize yourself for a period of time?
Yes.
So what happened with this character that you were with? Where'd you meet him?
Honestly, I met him on Facebook.
What do you mean you met him on Facebook?
We were talking on Facebook for a year, and then we started dating, and then I moved in with him, and he was getting evicted, so we ended up moving into a car.
Where were you living before that?
My mom.
Okay.
But I also had an apartment for a while, so I was living on my own.
I guess that was kind of my question to Mr. Matthews before, is with the terrible upbringing and the abuse, you were able to stabilize yourself to the point where you could do those things, right?
Yes.
So what's with the drugs?
I hated my life. Because everything I've been through, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And so I just wish every hit that I did or every poke that I did, that maybe it would just end. I couldn't do it anymore.
All right, well,
And it brought me into bad upbringing with a boyfriend who didn't care anything about me.
So you didn't start using drugs until you met him?
Yes,
What kind of drugs?
meth and crack
Where were you getting it?
in Cleveland.
Where at?
Cleveland Heights, South Euclid.
So what do you remember about this accident?
I just remember driving, and I was nervous from him robbing Starbucks, and he went into Mr. Heroes. I was waiting for him, and then he told me to go. Had something in his hand, and he was reaching in his pocket, and then I pulled out, and I was turning right at that light by Mr. Heroes, and then I went to go turn right, and then he was behind me. He had his lights on, and he told me to keep going, and I listened, and I kept going, and I kept going, and then I thought I could make the light, and I didn't. I was going really fast, like 65, and I went to go turn, and I missed the turn and hit a house. It happened so quick, and it was really scary.
What do you mean it was scary?
It was scary because life flashed before my eyes.
Well, you knew you were gonna crash prior to the crash, right?
No,
You didn't know that when you lost
I don't know.
control
I wasn't thinking. It was just everything was happening so quick. I just wasn't thinking, but I was thinking. It was like my mind was somewhere else.
I mean, imagine the shock that Miss McLaughlin encountered and Mr. Champagne encountered when they're minding their own business, going about their business, and everything changes in a second.
I know that was partially because of me, and I'm taking responsibility for what I did. And I've been regretting every moment of it since that day that it happened. And I struggle with it.
When you say partially responsible, what do you mean partially responsible?
I take responsibility for the thefts that I did, the people I've hurt, the things that I've done to get me here.
Tell me what thefts you're taking responsibility for.
I did take money
From where?
from some people. I did take debit cards.
From where?
I took a couple things from one of the people that I've known for a while. I took one of her debit cards.
What were the circumstances of that?
I'm trying to get drugs
I know, but where was this person that you knew? Where did you get her card
at a bar.
from? At what bar?
Playaway Lounge. I took her book bag, and there was some kind of AA card in it, and I tried using it. I took her bag there, and then I went to another bar
Why did you go to another bar?
to drink.
Okay. How long had you known this person?
Since 3+ years, I've known her.
Where else did you steal from?
It's mainly him who did it, but I did take money. them it wasn't a good idea to take all the debit cards because they were going to be able to, because he was using so many, they were going to be able to track him.
How did you know that?
Because we were talking about it, and he said something about they're going to be able to track where we're going. And then we stole one debit card, and we went to a gas station in Wycliffe, and we were trying to put gas in his car at a pump. And he's like, we shouldn't do this anymore. So, and it kept going from there, and then we were getting drunk, or we were getting high, and then we just kept doing it. And then leading up to the crash. And then we stopped. So we got arrested.
Okay, anything else you want to tell me?
No, I do not.
Mr. Downey?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's striking how traumatic, in reading the pre-sentence report, the defendant's upbringing was. I agree with Mr. Matthews that it's one of the worst things I've seen as far as somebody's childhood and how they were set up for failure. So it's expected that the defendant would continue to struggle with that in her adult life. I also believe, on the other side, the defendant still minimizes her conduct and deflects blame. She doesn't see the need for drug and alcohol treatment, despite her use of drugs leading to this. Even if she was not the one physically going into the stores and stealing for each one of these, she assisted and aided and abetted in those by driving the car, and so she is equally as responsible. The defendant also doesn't seem to, at least through a pre-sentence report, have a clear path forward. She states that she hates her co-defendant for what she says is ruining her life, but then also says that she's not going to leave him because he's her first love. And I think it's easy to be very angry about her conduct, especially with the crash that ended everything. She caused leading up to that, she caused widespread harm to many people and businesses throughout the county during a crime spree, but then this culminated in this significant harm that was solely her doing. And those actions alone, I believe, justify prison. The harm that she caused justifies prison. The pain and the anger she causes justifies prison, and she should face consequences for her actions. On the other side of things, she is young, and if the goal is to prevent this conduct from happening in the long-term future, then I think what makes sense is intensive, inpatient, residential, dual diagnosis treatment that encompasses whatever she was doing before, plus some, because it appears that over time things have gotten worse. So the state is in agreement with the community control sanctions to the extent that it's not prison, but I believe that what is appropriate in this case from the state's perspective and our recommendation is that this is a lengthy and intensive period of community control with everything that is required to prevent this from happening again. And if she does not comply with this, then it's the state's intention to request that her community control be terminated and that she be sent to prison for a lengthy period of time. Because at that point, if she is not willing to comply with what is necessary to conform her conduct so she's not a danger to society, then she just has to be separated from society. The state, as far as restitution goes in this case, there were some documents submitted. The state's going to ask for full restitution in this case, and I want to put this on the record based upon what is in the police reports and based upon what is submitted. For Dollar General, $134. For mug shots, they requested $30. Soundstage, $20. Giovanni's, $42. Giuseppe's, Giuseppe's, $35. Emily Nielsen, $768. That is the individual from the Playaway Lounge who had her bag stolen, which included her phone, her digital camera, credit cards, driver's license, gift cards, and other items that she had in there. Westel's Bar, $36.85. John Morelli, $100 in cash that was taken. Lino's, $12.25. Pulp, $15. Mr. Hero, $25. Big Cheese, $10. William Clements, $12 in cash. Starbucks, $15. All of those being the same that I will request for the co-defendant's sentencing.
Hold on. You lost me after Mr. Hero, $25. Who is next?
Big Cheese, $10.
Okay.
William Clements, $12. And Starbucks, $15. The total amount there is $1,255.10. And then there is the additional restitution for the crash that happened in this case. And the crash happened in such a way that when the defendant was driving her car, she actually struck the stone staircase of 512 East 305th Street, completely took it out, but it caused the car to spin around and come to rest after hitting the side of 518 East 305th Street. Right on the other side of the wall is where Heather McLaughlin was sitting. And thank God she hit that staircase, because had she not hit that staircase and moved the car, it's very likely that she would have just plowed into the house and potentially killed Miss McLaughlin. The damage to 512 East 305th Street, the only thing we received was from the tenant of that house who was renting, Ryan Collins, requested $400. That's mainly for the landscaping that was destroyed. For the house that the defendant came at arrest at, which is 518 East 305th Street, there's a $700 insurance deductible to be paid to Douglas Champagne, and $1,358.22 to be paid to Heather McLaughlin, and that represents the amount of medical bills that Ms. McLaughlin has paid so far and still has outstanding. Just to put on the record, and so it's clear, the restitution in this case is going to continue to go up. In speaking with Mr. Champagne, the foundation of his residence was cracked. It's currently being held up by some supporting boards, and they've been advised it's not safe to live in the house, but they have nowhere else to go because it's their home. And currently the insurance company is in a fight with contractors, which has resulted in them having to get lawyers involved, which I know is a civil side of things, but current estimates are somewhere between $70,000 and $90,000 of damage. And the house is going to have to basically be deconstructed on that side down to the stone and be excavated, which is going to take between 6 months to a year, and will require them to actually move out of their house for that period. And they're going to be renting or living in a different place for a year with the two of them and their 4-year-old child. Because of the delay with the insurance company, that has not happened yet, and now it's getting to the point where it likely will not happen till the spring, and so they will live in their unsafe residence now for the winter. Additionally, Ms. McLaughlin indicated that she has been unable to do normal tasks that she was used to, whether it be caring for a child or working out, which was a passion of hers because of these injuries. She's gone to physical therapy multiple times. She's received injections, and now it's to the point where the pain that she experiences has not gone away, so she's looking to go see a surgeon, and she could have bone damage and have to require surgery in the future. So this is not something that is resolved today. And so the pain that was caused in this case is ongoing. I think that's significant to note for the record. asking for forfeiture of the items as listed in the specifications, and there's also some mandatory license suspensions as well. I don't believe there's any other conditions at this time.
One suspension, right?
Yes,
On
the suspension on the
28
failure to comply is a mandatory, 3 years
Three to life?
Yes.
What was mugshots, how much?
$30.
And Ms. McLaughlin was 1358.22?
Yes.
All right, I have reviewed the pre-sentence report, the psychological evaluation, the victim impact statements, listened to Ms. Cochran, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Downing. And I've considered all the provisions of 292911, 292912, and 292913. With everything that the attorneys have talked about and you've talked about, I would concur this is one of the worst social history aspects of a pre-sentence report that I've seen. Despite that, to a certain degree, you managed to overcome that and function as an adult who was able to carry on a job, have a residence. And so to a certain degree, to a great degree, you knew what to do in order to try to function, and you did it. The proof that you knew how to do it is that you did it. And then if you are to be believed in this case, you hadn't used drugs, and then you start with the meth, with this Saluski or whatever his name is. And so that threw everything out of kilter, threw your mental health condition out of kilter, certainly. Because I've yet to see a case where mixing illicit drugs with prescription drugs actually does any good, does immense harm. So, I mean, it's bad enough in and of itself that you're thieving from your friend and you're running in and taking tip jars and all that nonsense. It's like it's kind of a less severe version of Bonnie and Clyde, you two, running around stealing stuff out of stores. Until you decide you're going to run from the cops. And that's where this thing takes a horrific turn. Because it's bad enough when people run from the cops, when the attempt is made to stop them. Because they're not, because the person who's driving the car, in this case you, knew that you had to stop and refused to stop. And by virtue of the fact that you're going 65 miles an hour down that street, if that's all you were going, is inherently dangerous. And Saluski, I'm sure, like many other people in this situation, figured if you would run fast enough that they would stop chasing you, which is what they do because of the danger of everybody else on the road. So they stop and they try to clean it up another day, okay? But you didn't stop. That danger presented itself almost immediately, because you rammed right into Mr. Champagne and Miss McLaughlin's house. And I think Mr. Downing is spot on in saying that had you not hit 512, you'd have gone right through the side of that house. and probably killed everybody inside of it. And so that does two things at that point. One is she's got serious injuries that this is June 19th, right? So 3 months ago, 4 months ago, that haven't gone away despite treatment. The second thing is that's the physical side of it. The mental side of it is that she replays that in her mind. Mr. Champagne, because of various complicating factors that already existed, replays that in his mind. And his son replays that in his mind and talks about that frequently. So that's what you did. And it doesn't matter that Saluski told you to drive away. You drove away. You didn't have to listen to him. You knew he was, you knew he, you're kind of minimizing things from the standpoint that you didn't know everything he was doing. You know what he was doing. You know what he was doing. And you knew that since he just stole from Starbucks 5 minutes before, you knew he was going in to steal from Mr. Hero. And so you were a part of those thefts, a full part of those thefts. But you made the decision that you were going to drive away for whatever reason, most notably that you wanted to get away, and you caused that damage, which those folks are living with today, Mr. Champagne and Miss McLaughlin, and they're not going to have the physical property part of this solved anytime soon. Best case scenario, they'll have a stable structural house maybe next summer. Best case scenario. And they're having to fight with an insurance company in order to do so. All because you decided you didn't want to stop because you'd never been in trouble before. So you've got to live with the consequences of your action. There's restitution that, and Mr. Downing, make sure I get everything here, that I'm going to order. Giovanni's $42. Giuseppe's $30. Soundstage $20. Dollar General $134. Westel's $36.85. Morelli $100. Lino's $12.25. Pulp $15. What's cheese? What was it? Cheese what?
Big cheese, $10.
Big cheese $10. Clemensic $12. Mr. Hero $25. Soundstage $20. Mugshots $30. Mr. Collins $400. Ms. Nielsen $768. Mr. Champagne $700. Ms. McLaughlin $1,358.22. Is that everybody?
Starbucks $15, and
Starbucks $15.
and for Giuseppe's you said 30. It's $35.
Giuseppe's $35. So there's restitution that you owe for those folks. And as Mr. Downing said, there's likely to be more, but that may be the insurance company chasing you at some point in the future.
I'm sorry, I missed
Yep.
one. Marco's $10.
Marco's $10. Okay. So with regard to the sentence in this case, after consideration of everything, I'm going to find that at this point, you're not amenable to community control. On count 1, 180 days in jail. Count 2, 180 days in jail. Count 5, 180 days in jail. Count 7, 12 months in prison. Count 16, 12 months in prison. Count 25, 12 months in prison. Count 27, 12 months in prison. Count 28, 36 months in prison. Count 29, 18 months in prison. Count 28 and 29 will be consecutive to one another because those sentences are necessary to protect the public from future crime and for appropriate punishment, and they are not disproportionate to the seriousness of your conduct and the danger that you pose to the public. And at least 2 of these offenses were committed as a part of one or more courses of conduct, and the harm was so great or unusual that no single prison term adequately reflects the seriousness of the conduct. All the remaining counts will be concurrent to 28 and 29. When you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority. Is that a 1 to 3, Mr. Downey?
It's 1 to 3, Your Honor.
1 year, at least 1 year, up to 3 years with conditions. If you violate the conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If that violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. The items subject to forfeiture are forfeited. The remaining counts are dismissed. On count 28, 5-year driver's license suspension. The costs are assessed. Anything else, Mr. Downey?
Credit.
Credit for how many days?
108 days, Your Honor.
108 days credit. Anything else, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned. negative discharge from jail treatment program on August 19th. You understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Novotny?
Your Honor, today we're going to waive the final hearing, admit to the violation forthcoming today.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
What's your plea to the allegation?
I'm guilty.
I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty, Ms. Novotny.
Your Honor, we would like you to consider, if possible, to remain on community control with that respect. Hopefully to potentially continue and finish the JTP program with that. Your Honor, I did submit some exhibits, specifically 5, that informs the court about the hydrocephalus that my client has suffered from. In 2009, he had neurological surgery on that, which ultimately, several of the documents have ultimately come to tale that such surgery has affected with the mix of his puberty, testosterone influx, and the surgical procedure has impacted his executive functioning, which causes ultimately his impulse control or his executive functioning or thinking to become an issue. So that has been a battle for Mr. McDonald here. He's been trying to work with that. He's been working with the Cleveland Clinic. He's been working with Applewood Center's mental health and other mental health providers to help keep that intact, as well as to find ways that he can cooperate or ultimately diminish the impulsivity urges, as well as monitor those primary issues that he's been experiencing. In one of the specific exhibits that I provided to the court, ultimately, such surgery with the testosterone influx has caused a degree of interference in his functioning with social impairment, which is no excuse for what has occurred here, but ultimately may make an explanation for it, and Andrew understands that. Ultimately, he does show remorse for what has occurred. He just would like another opportunity to show the court, as well as to maintain the treatment that he's getting for his neurological disorder. And he has been constantly working with the Cuyahoga County Board of Developmental Disabilities with this, and he's receiving help and disability for such disorder. We're just asking for any leniency with this probation violation, Your Honor, and to consider him for community control.
Mr. McDonald, what do you want to tell me?
Well, in the jail, it is very difficult to, not necessarily cooperate, but to keep a good, I don't want to say attitude, but to just be positive. It's just very, because with the correctional officers having bad days and them coming in, and it's just, and with me, I have a very hard time with, them people younger than me coming in scolding me because they're having a bad day and things of that nature, and people in JTP hearing them scold me and they knowing I have, a chip on my shoulder and I'm on a thin line. It's just difficult to, really I've been dealing with this jail for 9 months, and it's very mentally disturbed me. I don't feel as though I'm getting any mental health treatment, even with JTP. I don't think it was, but if you give me another opportunity, I know for sure I will complete it. I'm not making any excuses. I could have sat, and completed the program. Me being who I am, I like to play around, and I guess I did too much of it. So I'm gonna own up to the fact that I, didn't complete JTP, and it was my fault. But I know for a fact if I get the chance to, I will successfully complete community control. I just want a shot at the community. And I'm just hoping you recognize that.
You've been in and out of courts for a long time.
Yes, sir.
Got a felony in March of 21.
That is when it started, the felonies.
Right. And it didn't stop then, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Got a misdemeanor out of Shaker Heights Muni, felony out of Richmond Heights for drugs. Another felony, Cuyahoga. Protection order violations twice within 6 days in Shaker Heights Court. Another one that was a felony, Cuyahoga. Failure to comply with the order or signal of a police officer June 12th of 23. Another one in Eastlake in October 20 of 23. So 4 months later. And then 7 days later, 10 days later, you get this one. So why do you keep doing this?
Well, initially, drugs were a big issue for me. You know, the uses of drugs, but now that I've been in here, this is the longest I've ever been away from my family, the community. I don't want to keep spending my life in jail. This is not the place for me at all.
Well, see, I put you on community control despite the nature of this offense. And this offense is police try to stop you and you decide you ain't gonna stop. And then you proceed to go in excess of 100 miles an hour. And this is 10 days after you had another one, which was 4 months after you had another one. So you don't seem to want to do what you're supposed to do. Now, I put you on community control for 5 years. And because of the drugs, I put you in the jail treatment program, and you didn't want to do it. You got kicked out of it. Because the next step was to continue the psychiatric treatment.
Yes, sir.
And everything else that goes along with it. Okay? So Ms. Novotny talks about your medical condition, and that's, your medical condition is your medical condition. It may cause you to do things or not, I don't know, okay? But if it does, you need to figure out how to control that. And you're not making the effort to do it. If you were making the effort to do that, you wouldn't get kicked out of jail treatment program. I mean, running from the cops and going 100 miles an hour in and out of traffic is dangerous. But you keep doing it. And you know it's dangerous. But despite that, I put you on community control. But you don't want to do that either, or you wouldn't have got kicked out of that program. And from what I understand now, from what you're saying, you're blaming other people for agitating you so that you got kicked out.
I take full responsibility, sir.
Well, you may say that. Those are nice words, but what you're telling me is the COs were taking it out on you because they had a bad day. Other inmates were giving you nonsense. So at some point, you just got to stop doing this stuff because you're putting people in danger. I don't know what's going on with that Cuyahoga case that's been pending for 14 or 15 months, and I don't really care, okay? But you are a danger because of the way you conduct yourself. And when we attempt to put things in place to treat that, you don't want to do it. How many days does he have, Dave, total?
Judge, he has credit for 204 days total.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna find that you're no longer amenable to community control, so I'm gonna terminate your community control, and I'm gonna sentence you to 24 months in prison with credit for 208 days. When you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority. They'll put conditions on you. If you violate the conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If the violation's a new felony, and you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Anything else, Ms. Novotny?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We're adjourned.
All right. previously to enter plea of not guilty, enter plea of guilty to count 1, misdemeanor 1 theft, amended count 2, misdemeanor 1 misuse of credit cards, amended counts 5 and 7 being M1 theft and F5 theft, amended count 16 F5 theft, count 25 F5 theft from a person in a protected class, and count 27 F5 possession of cocaine. This court ordered a pre-sentence report, victim impact statement, drug and alcohol evaluation, state an opportunity to review the reports from probation prior to coming to court today, and is prepared to proceed with sentencing this time.
Mr. Hinton?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have a chance to review the pre-sentence report and the drug and alcohol evaluation. It's clear to me that these crimes were committed as a result of addiction. It appears that this is the defendant's first set of charges as an adult. It appears that based on what he entered pleas to, there'd be a presumption for community control. We're asking that you grant a sentence that includes community control with an emphasis on treatment. I think that this particular individual is someone whom would benefit from rehabilitation and can benefit from rehabilitation, but I would certainly like to give him an opportunity to do that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Isn't this part of organized criminal activity?
I would take the position that it's not.
Why?
I don't think it was organized. I think it was impulsive as a result of addiction.
Well, what difference does it make if it's a result of addiction or not for that issue?
I don't think that he and his co-defendant acted in an organized fashion.
Well, I guess it's all in the definition of organization, because they certainly went around 18 different places and kept doing the same thing over and over again. What do you have to say?
I've made a lot of mistakes that I regret that led me here. I know when I get out, I'm not gonna make any of those mistakes, and I'm gonna just become a better person. I'm gonna work and do what I used to do before I got in trouble.
Why weren't you working at the time?
I was working, when I met Courtney, a month or two later, I lost my job.
Why?
Falling behind on bills and doing drugs.
Well, why were you doing drugs? If you're being honest and you didn't use drugs before this, why were you using drugs?
I was doing it with Courtney.
Okay, so what? Why? You're 36 years old, so you went through life without doing drugs, and then you met her and started doing drugs. You know, she says the exact opposite of you, right? Okay, so when you were 35 or 36, why did you all of a sudden start using drugs?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've done marijuana here and there throughout my life, just a little bit, and I don't know. I just tried it once.
When you hit Mr. Hero on Vine Street, the cops pulled behind you guys, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So did you tell her to hit the gas and get away from them?
She asked me, should we run from them, and I said, sure, go for it.
Why would you say that?
Wasn't thinking clearly. And we've been going through a couple months of doing crack every day, daily, so wasn't thinking clearly.
Using other people's money?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where does, anything else?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Downey?
Thank you, Your Honor. State's also recommending community control, subject to the conditions requested by probation. Just ask for forfeiture of the items and restitution in this matter. I'll put on the record. Dollar General, $134. Mugshots, $30. Soundstage, $20. Giovanni's, $42. Giuseppe's, $35. Emily Nielsen, $768. Westall's, $36.85. John Morelli, $100. Lino's, $12.25. Pulp, $15. Mr. Hero, $25. Big Cheese Pizza, $10. Marco's Pizza, $10. William Clements, $12. And Starbucks, $15. That should be a total of $1,255.10.
review the pre-sentence report and the victim impact statements. Listen to defendant, counsel, considered all the entirety of 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. Place you on community control for 5 years, 180 days in jail with credit for 108. Last 30 will be in the jail treatment program. Complete it and follow the recommendations. And you're going to go to Concord Pines or Lake House, complete that program, follow the recommendations. No drugs or alcohol with screens. Complete the decision points program. Maintain full employment, pay the costs and supervision fees. Anything else, Mr. Tompkins?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
You understand all the terms? Well, wait a minute, also restitution and the amounts that Mr. Downing has recited on the record. Any question about the terms?
No, Your Honor.
I know you don't, but I wonder if he does.
No, no questions, Your Honor.
If you don't comply with the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control if it finds you violated. And I'll send you to prison for 36 months. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Remaining counts are dismissed. Is there any forfeiture of anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Forfeited to the state. Anything else, Mr. Downing?
Just two things. For the violation, I know the court mentioned 36 months. Is that a compilation of all the there's 4 F5s?
Oh, there's 4? Wait a
Yeah,
minute. I got 16, 25, and 27. What did I miss?
7.
Okay, all right. So 48 months, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then no contact orders with listed victims?
No contact with the victims, no contact with the co-defendant.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hinton?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. We're adjourned.
She knows.
Go ahead.
Judge, today is Jeff's birthday. Turns 43 today. Not the best way to celebrate his birthday. He's taken responsibility for his conduct. As the court knows, Jeff is 43. He has two daughters, a 6-year-old daughter and an older daughter who's attending school at Kent State. You have a letter from her, and you have a letter from a number of other people that know Jeff. And the thing about these letters is they talk about, what kind of guy he is. Very helpful, very compassionate guy, there if you need him, do anything for you. And they point out some of the circumstances where he has done things for people. In owning this bar, Kate's Bar, that he's had for a number of years, it really provides his income. And he's had a number of employees there that he's actually took care of during the pandemic. He did a lot of things, went out of his way to make sure people, had what they needed to get through the pandemic, had jobs or had money or food and things like that. And again, I point that out, and that's in some of the letters you have there to get an idea what kind of guy he is. He got kind of caught up owning this bar where people come and they drink alcohol and do other things, and some people some of his patrons were doing drugs, predominantly cocaine. And he got involved in making cocaine available to certain people. And doesn't deny that as a big mistake. Just kind of got caught up doing it and continued to do it, and realizes something he should have never done and how it's going to destroy his life and his daughter's life and his little 5-year-old daughter who is in kindergarten, and how he's got to deal with telling her where he's going to be. He's had a couple semesters in college. He's a low-risk scorer. He's got a father who is a police officer, a brother who is a police officer presently. So he has some good examples in his family as to what should be going on. And this has been a real turnaround for him in his life. He and on behalf of him and the state, we've entered into an agreement which we know doesn't bind the court, but we've entered into a joint agreement for a recommendation of 18 months, and he realizes this court can give him whatever the court wants to do on these things. I guess what I can say about Jeff is I've not known Jeff for a long time. The period of time I've known him here, he's been very remorseful about his conduct, very concerned about his family, concerned about other people and his friends, how it's going to affect them. He is forfeiting $50,000 in addition to some monies that they did find at the bar. The $50,000 represents kind of his interest in the bar. He had to give up the bar, and so he no longer has that for a source of income. By giving up the bar, he had to say goodbye to some of the people that worked at the bar, some of his friends. So it's going to be a total change of life for him. When he gets out of prison, which he will someday, he has plans to go into real estate. He has dabbled in real estate in the past, but it's going to be quite a change for him. So he's prepared for whatever the court gives him today. I believe he's got a very low risk score. I think when we look at some of the criteria under the Ohio Revised Code for sentencing, he is remorseful. Tell the court how remorseful he is. He indicated in his pre-sentence report. It's nothing that I think had any dangerous, it didn't injure anybody, but he does realize the risks of engaging in any sort of drug trafficking or drug sales. The amounts that he did actually sell to people were F5 amounts. There were drugs at the facility, at the bar. They were kept in a shared room, and he's taking credit for it, but I think other people had access to it also. So we're going to ask the court to follow the joint recommendation, if the court will. I know that Jeff would like to approach or talk to the court also.
Mr. Myers, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
I just want to apologize, everybody. I let down the burden I put on family and friends that are here, that are not here. To my daughters who need me and are not going to have me. And I never want this to happen again. I'm never going to allow it to happen again. I just apologize to everybody.
There were, I think, 6 different buys here, right?
I thought there were, I thought we played to 4 different buys, Judge.
Yeah. Pled to 4, there were 6 that were done.
Right.
Before the search warrant was executed. So how long have you been selling drugs out of the bar?
It was those isolated times. I mean, a few times in those, it was mainly just helping out a friend.
But it was a confidential informant that set you up, right?
Right.
So how did that person know to go to you to buy drugs?
It was my brother's boss, and I was just helping out a friend. I was helping out my brother's boss, essentially.
Your brother's boss?
Yeah.
Who's that?
The guy, I forgot his, what was his name? The informant's name, I forgot his name. It's, what was his name? Do
Well,
you have the information?
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Kurt, it was Kurt.
A call is placed to you to buy drugs from you, and 6 times they place this call, 6 times they buy drugs from you. And those were the only 6 times you ever did this.
Essentially, they were all isolated incidences. I was just helping out my brother's foreman, yes. He'd reach out to my brother and ask if there's someone that could help him out. And I knew that there was someone at the bar that I could also grab it from to help him out. So I told him, yes, I would help him. And being my brother's good friend, I thought it would just be a quick situation. Like I said, they're very isolated situations. It was.
Well, who were the other people in the bar that you were helping out, kind of going as a go-between?
Just customers that are at the bar that are no longer been around. They don't come around anymore. They weren't really even friends per se. They were just people that were there that I knew that had the capabilities of doing it.
How long had you been letting Horn and Bush operate out of there?
I don't. They haven't been around in 2 years.
Well, this all happened 2 years ago,
Right,
right?
that's what I mean. They haven't been
How
around
long
since-
how long had they been
How long were they?
hanging around
They were
with
probably
you?
hanging around there for a couple years prior to that.
Okay.
No, I don't know what they were exactly doing. I mean, whatever they were doing, I had no knowledge of, and I didn't really.
You didn't know that Bush was a pretty prolific drug dealer?
I've heard things, but I really didn't affiliate with him that much. To me, he was just a customer. I just.
See, your whole story in here doesn't ring as being true.
I mean, I've heard of what he's done, and I know about him, but I didn't affiliate.
Talking about what you have said in this thing. It seems rather unbelievable that a CI places a call to you 6 times, and 6 times you sell them drugs. Then the place is raided, and there's a bunch of cocaine in there, some weapons that you really had no knowledge of, right?
They were in the shared room, yes.
They shared with who?
The shared room was with every other business in the whole building.
Right.
Multiple businesses.
So that wasn't really yours then?
No, I mean, it was partly mine. It was all the other businesses so the whole building is broken down into 4 separate businesses, and all of those businesses shared that room.
Okay. Which other businesses?
It would have been a yoga studio.
Which you had frequent access to, right?
Well, no, not frequent access. It was connected to the shared room. It was on the other side of the shared room.
So anybody that wanted to come in the bar that rented one of these other facilities could get into your bar through the shared room?
Just a yoga studio. Then it was also connected to the trophy shop. Technically, I guess the trophy shop would have been able to have access. And then there was a fourth business that didn't have access to the bar through the shared room.
There was one or two occasions where the CI called you to arrange a sale.
Yes.
And either Horn or Bush were there to complete the sale. Why was that?
Oh, because they were the ones that had it. So I might not have been there. I didn't really want to do it because it really wasn't, like I said, something that I did. It was just isolated incidences. What I thought was just helping out somebody, which was stupid. So if they were there, it was probably them that ended up handling it because I was not there. I was trying not to even do it. I didn't want to be any part of it. But being my brother's foreman, I just thought, okay, I'm just helping out my brother real quick. Not, I mean, stupid, but.
Why wouldn't you have just referred him to Bush or to Horn? Say, I know nothing about that stuff. Here's these two guys. You can get it from them. Why not do that?
I mean, because I don't think they would have trusted it at first. I wasn't thinking that's what I should have. I mean, I should have done that. I shouldn't have done any of it, to be honest. You know what I mean? But in that scenario, yes, I should have. Instead of me being the middleman, all they're doing is playing middleman.
Yeah. Well, see, this just isn't believable.
What do you mean?
What I mean is I don't believe you.
Well, that's what it was. I was playing middleman to them guys and to my brother's foreman. And I could have just directly introduced them to each other, but I don't think they wanted to meet somebody new, and I don't think that's how they wanted to do it.
Well, if Bush and or Horn were dealing drugs out of this bar and your customers knew that, why didn't they just go directly to those guys?
Well, these guys didn't know each other. This is my brother's foreman lives.
I'm not talking about the foreman. One of the things that you said is that customers that would go to your bar were interested in getting drugs, and you were and Bush and Horn were frequently there, right? Dealing drugs?
They were there, yes.
Okay. So you were acting as a go-between. Why were you acting as a go-between with customers?
I would act as a go-between because they didn't know. Not everyone knew each other. Like, they didn't know every single customer, as far as regular just bar customers.
See, this Bush and Horn
right
have worked a bunch of these bars on Euclid Avenue and 305. They're all over the place. Okay, so you knew that.
Yeah.
Right? If your customers were buying from them, they knew that. So why are you just being this nice guy go-between to satisfy your customers?
Well, I wasn't to everybody. I was only doing it to certain people. I was only helping out a couple people. I was never involved with whatever they did. I was never involved with all their day-to-day transactions with customers.
Why do you say you're sticking your nose in the business of Bush and Horn with other customers, with your customers in the bar? Why are you sticking your nose in that if you don't know nothing about nothing?
Just trying to help out my brother's friend. That's what I mean.
Well, your brother's friend, you're saying, is a CI, right?
Right.
I'm not talking about the CI. I'm talking about you making the claim you're a go-between between customers in your bar, customers, not the CI, and Horn and Bush.
But I only did that. It was only a couple times. I was just small, isolated few incidences. I wasn't an everyday occurrence. I wasn't a continuous thing. That never went on like that.
All right, so you weren't keeping cocaine in the yoga studio either?
No.
Okay.
No, they all had access to that room.
Who's they?
Bush, Horn, all.
How did what unit did Bush and Horn rent in that?
They didn't rent any, but they were friends with the yoga studio. Okay. They were friends with the owner. They were also friends with the other owner.
What other owner?
Of the yoga studio.
Who's the other owner?
I forgot her name. It was, it's written down probably somewhere too. What was her name? I don't know if her name is written down there. Lola. A lady named Lola. So she was the owner of the business next to me who also had access to the shared room. So they were all friends with her. One of them might have been dating her. So there was multiple ways to get into that shared room. One of them was also through the yoga.
Did you know there was cocaine in that shared room?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Did you know there was cocaine in the yoga studio?
No, I did not.
You didn't go over to the yoga studio on one of these occasions and grab some cocaine and bring it back and sell it?
I went over there, but I didn't know anything was in there. I just went over there what I grabbed.
What do you mean you grabbed?
What I grabbed for the CI.
Okay, so you knew there was cocaine there.
Well, what I had on me. Like, I didn't know if anything stored there. I didn't know anything about marijuana there, weapons. I didn't know anything that was stored over there that these guys had over there.
Okay, you went over to the yoga studio, got the cocaine, came back to the bar and sold the cocaine.
No, I met him in the yoga studio.
Okay.
He was in the yoga studio.
Why did you meet him in the yoga studio?
It was just quieter, not as,
Why not in the kitchen? Usually we're doing this stuff in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, there was occasions where that's where it was.
So
But
why did you do it in the yoga studio?
I think it's because there was less people around at that time. It was just quieter. It was just where I went. I don't want to be around people.
What else you want to tell me?
I wish I had never done any of it.
Well, you did.
I know. I mean, nothing I could do about it. I mean, I did what I did. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't help out anybody. I wish I didn't even hung out with those guys. I wish I didn't meet those guys. I wish they never came out to my bar.
Well, if that's true, then you would have kicked their asses out of the bar when you knew they were selling cocaine, wouldn't you? It's your bar.
Yeah.
So why didn't you kick them out?
I kind of overtook it. It got to a point where there was so many of them, and it was, I don't know how to explain it, but it was almost harder it was hard to control that many group of people. There was a lot of them up there every single day. It was hard to.
Selling drugs?
I mean, not just that. I mean, just being in general, just drinking, hanging out, playing rap music all day, doing whatever they're doing, living that kind of life.
You knew they were selling drugs, right?
I mean, I knew that's what they did. I didn't watch. I knew that's.
See, you can't keep.
Well, yeah, I mean, I knew.
When you start lying, you can't
Not
keep straight the lies because you told me that you were kind of a go-between for
Yes,
Bush and Horn and customers, right?
Yes.
So you knew they were dealing.
Yes, I knew they were
So
dealing.
why did you let them deal out of your bar?
I didn't let them deal out my bar.
You knew they were dealing out of your bar, right?
To an extent, yes.
To an extent. To what extent?
I knew they were doing a little bit here and there when I would ask them to grab it for the people.
Okay, so why did you let them do that? That's my point. It's your bar. Why did you let them do that?
I don't know. I guess just bad judgment call. I mean,
And if you couldn't do anything to control it, why didn't you call the cops and say, I got guys dealing drugs out of my bar. I like my bar. I like being the bar owner, and these guys are ruining it. Get them out of here. Why didn't you do that?
I don't know.
Your father's a retired cop. Your brother's a cop. You knew you could do that, right?
I just want to deal with the consequences of them finding out. If they found out I called the cops on them, then I have to deal with, I don't know what the consequences.
You're the one that put, according to you, you're the one that put yourself in that position by letting them do that.
Yes.
Now, I don't believe that. I believe you were right in the thick of things, selling. Okay, I don't believe you only did it 6 times and you did it to help buddies out. I don't believe that. It's just that it's not a story that's believable.
Okay. It's the truth, I'm telling you.
All right.
It was never my thing. It was always their thing. It wasn't my thing.
All right, anything else you want to say?
No.
Mr. Geigerich?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just would acknowledge that Mr. Perez handed me the remaining part of the forfeiture this morning. And we'd ask that the court impose an 18-month agreed sentence in order forfeiture of the contraband, the weapons, and the currency of all the instrumentality was seized at the bar. Thank you.
So is there additional currency that was seized that you're talking about, or is that part of
Yes,
what?
there was a total at the bar, I do believe, of $11,000. It's total of $52,741.26 being forfeited, Your Honor.
There was $11,020.26.
Yeah.
Taken from the bar.
From the storage area?
No,
Pardon?
Right?
from the safe.
From the safe. And the money was all bar money, but, yeah, money was seized.
But it's a total of $52,000.
Correct. So the concept is, Judge, that of the $52,741.26, they seized $22,741.26. The remaining money is all part of the $50,000 that we're giving to the Lake County Narcotics Agency in lieu of them taking the bar. So the 27.
Taking the bar how? How are they taking the bar?
Well, I think their concept was the bar could be a, criminal premises that they would be able to seize because criminal activity was going on there.
They recovered $2,741.26 from the defendant and $8,479 from the office. So it was a total of $11,220 were seized in the search warrant, Your Honor.
Okay.
But he's forfeiting $52,741.26.
So who owns the bar?
What's that, Your Honor?
Who owns the bar?
His mother owns the bar, but the bar is being sold, and so the bar, as indicated, was previously going to be sold to somebody else. For a number of reasons, they backed out of the deal, which caused him an issue as far as getting all the money that had offered. It's now being sold to somebody else at a lower down payment, and it's also a requirement of the Liquor Control Commission that the liquor license be transferred out of his possession.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the letters that were provided by Mr. Perez. I've considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. The thing about you, Mr. Myers, is that it's apparent to me that you were pretty extensively involved in this case. And you pled guilty to these charges. And Mr. Perez had indicated you're taking responsibility for this, and you're not taking responsibility for it. You're saying that you were just a middleman, you did this on 6 occasions, and it was Horn and Bush and whoever else. I don't believe you. Okay? I don't think you're taking responsibility. I think you're trying to minimize what your role was.
No, I was.
You're trying to minimize your role in this thing. Okay? And so you're not taking responsibility for it. Just pleading guilty doesn't mean you're automatically taking responsibility for it. So I'm not going to adopt the joint recommendation of counsel. I'm going to sentence you to 24 months in prison, and you pay the court costs, and the items subject to forfeiture are forfeited. When you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority. If they place you on post-release control, they'll put conditions on you. If you violate their conditions, they could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If your violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Is there anything else, Mr. Geigrich?
Yeah, how are you allocating that, Your Honor?
24 months on the 3 and 12 months on the rest, all concurrent.
Thank you. He has a fine though too, Your Honor, mandatory fine.
Of how much?
It's $10,000, so it's a minimum 5, but he can waive it if.
Judge, you would ask the court to consider the amount of money that we forfeited in lieu of the fine?
Well, I don't know that I can do that because it's a mandatory fine. So why don't you file a affidavit of indigency?
I will.
And then I won't sign the entry until that affidavit gets filed. So
right.
I'll impose a $5,000 mandatory fine, but it would be waived upon the filing of an affidavit of indigency.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
All rise.
do the entry as it's paid, so just get that done.
So I may follow.
All right, so right this way.
After 18.